Room 21. Signed. Committee 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 Room 21, 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 signed. Committee Room 21. 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 Signed. Committee Room 29. 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 Signed. Committee Room 29, 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 signed. Committee Room 29. 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 Signed. Committee Room 29, 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 signed. Committee Room 29. 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 Signed. Committee Room 29, Sound. 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 Committee Room 29. 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 Sound. Committee Room 29, signed. 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 Committee Room 29. Sound. 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 Committee Room 29, signed. 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 Committee Room 29, Sound. 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 Committee Room 29, signed. 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 Committee Room 29, sound. 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 Committee Room 29, sound.
I'd like to welcome everyone to Infrastructure Committee today. Apologies for what you probably think is a slightly late start. Up till this point, we have been working in closed session. Michael, I'm not sure if you want to just give a sort of very general summary of what the committee has considered just since 10 o'clock this morning.
Just that the committee was considering a confidential piece of correspondence and that there was some informal discussion and deliberation on the the water sustainable drainage and flood management bill.
Also known as SUDS. We are now in open session and we're going to proceed through the agenda. I have Cahill as an apology. I have Harry as an apology. Are there any other apologies I need to be aware of? Is everyone covered? A declaration of interests. Just to remind members that some members already have declared interest. If anything comes up in terms of our discussion and you wish to make a declaration of interest, you can do so at any time. That was item 3, and item 4 is Chair's business. There was 2 items, and they're quite short. There was a newspaper article around some surrendered monies by the department. 25.6 million was returned from major road projects during monitoring rounds in last year. It was well covered in the media. It would be, I suspect the department will come back and say they got it all back, but it would be two items on that. One, I suppose, is just to hear from the department exactly why that money was returned. We know what projects it was for, but what was the driver that meant that capital couldn't be spent in year? And then secondly, just that the department could confirm that it got that money back, and then what they used it for. More just informational. Are committee content with that?
Content, Chair.
Yeah, okay. Second one is just around insurance, and I expect John's ears to prick up at this point, because I know he is incredibly passionate about making sure that our drivers in Northern Ireland get fair insurance. Yeah. So, again, for transparency, the previous chair, Deborah Erskine, had asked a question just around this, and it drives a policy area, so it's not at all specific to one area, but it is around insurance. And interestingly, she had asked the Minister around the Voluntary Motor Insurance Transparency Code, which is currently in place in the Republic. And just how far Northern Ireland has got in terms of catching up with that, because actually I think it's quite a positive code in terms of what it does. And it was really just maybe to write to the department and ask what level of engagement they have had with the Republic, if any, and I suppose whether or not the department is considering a similar code in Northern Ireland. I think if a neighbour has a good idea, it's always worth stealing it. It would be if committee agreed, maybe we could write to the department along those lines and just see. John, I don't know if you want to comment on that.
No, Chair, just to support that proposal. I think we've made some inroads, not too particularly around the data that's going to be shared as well from the insurance industry that hadn't been done previously. It would be interesting to start seeing that coming through. That may be advantageous, but worth asking the question regarding this.
Our committee agreed? Happy enough? Yeah. Okay. Takes us to item 5, which is draft minutes. Your draft minutes are at page 8, and if members are content with those minutes, I will sign them. Are members content?
Content.
Okay. Brilliant. Keep up this pace. We'll be finished by 1 o'clock, but I don't suspect we will. Item 6 are matters arising. Just on this one, the committee asked the clerk to check if committee had received a list of reservoirs, their owners and their risk level, and this was obviously an item that we discussed last week. Just to remind members that a confidential list was seen by the committee but was retained by the department. Again, for transparency purposes, that was before my time on the committee, so I haven't seen that. And therefore, to seek committee agreement, because there has been a wee bit of flux in terms of committee membership, seek a committee agreement to write to the department to request a list of reservoirs not in public ownership and their owners, if committee are content along those lines. Yep. Michael?
If I could just add, members will have received correspondence this morning that I sent out in an email just before the meeting. Members had asked, in fact Mr McNulty had asked about the three-pronged approach and whether the Minister had responded on the impacts of each of the prongs. So I've circulated that this morning just to let you know. So apologies for the lateness of that. That should have come out with your pack.
That's okay. Absolutely fine. So that takes us on to correspondence, and the correspondence memo is at page 21. What I will do is take you through that. There's a couple of items I want to flag up, and then if anyone has anything else off it, just make me aware of it, and we'll take it at the end, and we will note the rest. So the first thing, and this has been covered to a degree in the closed session we had, but it is worth flagging up in public session, that in terms of the bill that we wrote out to the department on the 27th of April, it's on page 24 of your pack, it's correspondence waiting response. So we wrote out to the department at the end of April, just seeking a response to what is classed as committee concerns around the SUDS bill, and again, just for transparency, we had a very detailed discussion around some of those in closed session prior to the meeting starting in open session. The response was due on the 1st of May, and to this point, committee has received no response from the department regarding those concerns, and that is 3 weeks since we sent the correspondence and 2 weeks since we expected said correspondence back. Just to also flag up, just to anyone watching, this bill will leave this committee on the 3rd of July, and we will have considered it clause by clause before then. So those times and the timescales are getting tighter, and we do want to work collegiately with the department, but we can't do that if the department will not engage with us, and we have no indication from them and had no holding response as to those committee concerns to date. I'll open it up for anyone else who wants to comment on that. John?
Yeah, Chair. Look, I think, as I said in closed session, this committee does want to work collegiately. We're not finding problems for solutions. We want to be in solution mode, but it takes the department to work alongside us. Time is running out. There is still a lot of work to be done on this, and I think it does show maybe more, a lot of disregard for the committee and the role and the scrutiny role that this committee has, to not even send a Holdman statement back to say we acknowledge the concerns, we accept the committee have legitimate concerns, and here is what we're working on, and here's the expected time frame. 3 weeks is just a radio silence, to me, is not acceptable. So I don't know if we need to go back and ask what the time frame is, so that we as a committee can plan. We might have to factor in extra sessions potentially in order, with time running out. Because of that, I don't think that's ideal, but we need to know.
Militia.
Chair, which item of correspondence are you relating to there directly?
Yeah, so it's item, Militia, it's on page 24 of the correspondence reading response, and the details are water, sustainable drainage and flood management committee concerns, which was issued by the committee on the 24th of April.
Sorry, Chair, just to say it's not actual correspondence; it's the correspondence list. So there's a list of outstanding correspondence at the back of the correspondence list, just so to members.
It's not on this list here.
Yes, so that's the correspondence.
Which is at what point? 7.4.
No, at the back of the correspondence list, there is a list of correspondence that we're still awaiting a response for, and the dates that we're expecting it.
It's 24. Yeah.
All right. Okay.
You okay, Militia? Yeah.
Yeah.
Just to come back in, we're not asking for the moon on a stick. We're asking for legitimate technical concerns that were not only raised by us but by the examiner of statutory rules, which we need to have answers to. And given the period of delay, I suspect there aren't currently obvious answers to them.
Yeah. Any other comments on that, Andrew?
Just to concur with what the Deputy Chair said, I think the concerns are well versed. But as of yet, we're not being allowed to that really. And again, we do want to work collaboratively with the department and the minister. But it's been slow.
So my view would be, so we have. I don't want to get into the area of paper trails, but it's important that for the committee's reputation and for the scrutiny role that it has to not only ensure that we've done all we can, as Andrew just said, to work collegiately with the department in terms of getting the best piece of legislation that we can, but also to show this committee's willingness and enthusiasm to engage with the department, but we are hamstrung until they come back to us. Would committee be agreed that we write to the department again, just asking them to explain? I'm sure Michael will come up with a form of words. I was going to use radio silence, but you'll come up with a better form of words in terms of getting a response from the department on this. Because effectively, in terms of what we can do around scrutiny of the bill, we've identified what our concerns are, and there may be smaller things that we want to address, but we can't really do much until we hear back from the department. So our committee agreed that we write again to the minister.
It's whether members would like to formally write to the department, or whether they're content for the clerk to engage with the department to ascertain what timescale might be appropriate.
Happy with that latter. I think that the informal route may be quicker potentially.
Okay. Yep. Okay. Let's do that then. There's a Dallo shaking his head at the back there. Sorry, Joe. I'll take committee. I'll absolutely take committee's view on it, and I'll go with it. I actually think perhaps we should write to the minister and say, is there a reason for this delay? I think perhaps in terms of the informal response, something could be worked on the background. But I'm also thinking of terms of making sure that committee is seen to be doing all it can to try and get a response so we can act on it. I think perhaps if it would maybe be my view that we write formally to the Minister and just ask. I think the informal communication line is obviously welcome, and that would be useful. I'm also concerned that we need to be clear, and we are. It's a public session; people can see this, but also that we are clear that we are doing all we can, formally and informally, to try and get as much information on this as we can, because we're the ones that are time limited. The department is not. There's a ticking clock on this committee to scrutinise this legislation and pass or amend or whatever by the 3rd of July. So I think it would be my view to write formally to the Minister as well. I'll put that in maybe as a proposal.
Chair, it's a two-pronged approach.
Two-pronged approach. Let's see if Justin smiles at that. He does. There's
I'm happy
Justin.
to support that.
Okay, yep. We got a smile from Justin in Armagh somewhere. Okay, so look, that is item, I think that was on page 24. That was correspondence awaiting response. In terms of correspondence, at page 27, there's a response from the Minister to Committee's Core requesting further detail on the collaboration that's been undertaken with TransLink in respect of providing free travel to those on a half-fare concession. And I just need committee agreement on that one to note and await the financial detail if committee are agreed. Okay.
Yes, and
sorry, go ahead, Alicia.
I'd like to actually welcome the Minister's efforts there, given, say, the restrictions on the budget and that as well, but to address the needs of those that would greatly benefit from any support that they would receive there.
Absolutely. No, very good. Thank you, Alicia. Okay, page 28. This is a response from the Minister to the Committee's correspondence requesting an update on the Department's legislative proposals that are expected to be advanced within the remainder of the current Assembly mandate. Folks, this is worth looking up and reading if you are not there yet and haven't.
What page, Chair? Sorry.
Page 28, Andrew. 28. Page 28. So the Minister covers off a few things on this, and look, I certainly appreciate her response in that she has detailed the items, which is GDL, Ports Bill, Reservoir Act, Safer Journeys to School, and pavement parking. And some of those will obviously, as we know, be primary legislation, and some will be secondary. We have been speaking just at length around our frustrations with the department in terms of getting some information back on some issues. I am going to take you to paragraph 2 in the first instance. The Minister replied saying, however, I am writing to express a broader concern about the timeframes within which a number of my department's legislative proposals have been considered by the committee and the growing risk this presents to the effective delivery of important and, in some cases, safety critical measures. I wish to be clear that my concerns are not limited to any single proposal. Taken together, the cumulative delay experienced across several pieces of my department's legislation gave rise to wider concerns about the capacity to progress time-sensitive and safety-critical measures within the remainder of the mandate. Now, members may have a view on that. Minister goes on, last paragraph before the Ports Bill paragraph, and says, I do not believe it is in anyone's interests to delay the introduction of GDL. As such, a delay may result in future collisions, serious injuries and deaths on our roads that could have been potentially avoided. Now, no one wants to see future collisions, serious injuries and deaths, and on GDL in particular, and let's address that first. The committee has broadly welcomed GDL and the intent behind that. The committee is currently looking at that issue, and we are, I think, waiting for some correspondence back from one stakeholder. However, it is my view that this committee is not in any way trying to stall any legislative intent that the Minister or the department has. And as I read that paragraph, I suppose I felt a level of frustration, slight irony in terms of us waiting for some correspondence back from the Minister around one of those pieces of legislation which he refers to that we can't do very much about whilst we're waiting for her department to get back to us. But it's certainly my view that actually this committee has been incredibly effective and responsive and collegiate in trying to work through the stuff that we have across our desks. And that's the view of me as chair. I will take any other views on what I read out or the letter, and I'm going to start off with Militia.
Thank you, Chair. And again, to just remind you that this time last week I had asked if any further information that was required, and that the Chair had acknowledged that you weren't waiting on any other information at that time. But I do think that these two pieces of legislation in particular, and the common denominator here in relation to these two pieces of legislation is safety. And the very fact that it's putting at risk both those who travel on our roads and those that live within the proximity of reservoirs and the likes of it as well too. And if one would just even reflect there on the recent report only yesterday in terms of where there's an expectation that we're to actually probably experience severe weather conditions even now in our summer as a result of climate change and the likes of it. That I do think that it's imperative that we move as quickly as possible in addressing these. And I'd like to actually propose that it's on the agenda for our next meeting in terms of the SLs being tabled and so on as well, Chair.
Did you get that? Did you get that proposal? Okay, Michael. Just tell us exactly what the proposal is. Sorry, Militia. It's just
See, we've already spent considerable amount of time sort of on these issues and the likes of it, and I'd like to propose that the SLs are tabled on the agenda for the next week to allow the committee to take a decision in relation to them.
Okay. And which SLs are you specifically referring to there?
Both in terms of the graduate driving licence and the reservoirs as well too.
Okay. Look. We'll certainly consider. I'll put that proposal to the committee and see what the committee think about that. And I'll do that next. I mean, the only thing I would say in regards to serious injuries and deaths and linking that into the Reservoirs Act in particular is that I mean the Act's been here for 11 years yes, something could happen at any point in time, but one would think that the Assembly, if it deemed, some sort of critical risk, that having had the legislation in place since 2015, somebody would have obviously commenced it. But that notwithstanding, so Melicia's got a proposal on taking SL1s regarding to... sorry, Militia, go ahead.
Right, Chair, just on that, even though you do say it has been there for this last 11 years, and I reflect only on last weekend in the very centre of the likes of Derry City, where they had this flash flooding, totally unexpected and completely isolated as well to a particular area in that people really do need to sort of start taking this on board, just how serious it is. And conditions that existed 11 years ago have changed dramatically in terms of even the speed in relation to climate change and the likes of it, and how it is impacting on people.
Yeah. Okay. No, that's fine.
Do you like me to update the committee, Chair? Just on the graduated driver licensing, the committee agreed to write to the two stakeholder organisations just to check whether they felt that the industry was ready on the 1st of October. That was the only issue that the committee had at the time, and we're awaiting a response from one of those stakeholders, and as soon as that comes back, if the committee are content, then the SL1s will be laid before the committee. We can send a chaser to them, and then they can be considered, unless the committee chooses to change its mind on that. But I think the key concern for the committee was that the industry was ready. So it's one stakeholder said they are. We're waiting for the response from the other. On the reservoirs, there would need to be further discussion in the committee as to a way forward, which, if the committee is content to do that at next week's meeting as a substantive agenda item, it's about satisfying the committee concerns and how how those concerns around the delegated legislation from the Reservoirs Act can be satisfied, but also to do it precipitately so that it's that it is done as quickly as possible. If members are content to have a substantive item next week, then we can find a definite way forward with a timescale on it for members to consider that and hopefully get that delegated legislation through.
So effectively, are you saying that both items will be on the agenda for next week? In terms of the GDL, and we've had a fairly positive response to date,
Yes.
and that I would just be nervous of it being held up as a result of someone, we'll say, not showing just the same degree of urgency in replying to a request, we'll say, for an input on their part.
It's my understanding, members, that although the organisation was contacted through the correct channels, it was somehow mislaid when they first received it within the organisation. It's now with the right people to send a response now. So I would hope for a sooner response, and if that comes in the next couple of days, then those SL1s can be put before the committee for consideration next week. Yeah. So sorry.
And if it doesn't come within this next couple of days,
that's for the committee to decide if they want to forego the necessity for having a response from this organisation. We will, as committee staff, send a chaser email stressing the urgency. But just to bear in mind that the organisation may feel it needs to consult with its members before giving a considered response. It's up to the committee whether you still want to wait for that one stakeholder organisation to get back, or whether you want to go ahead.
Before we get to any proposals, which I absolutely will take, Militia, Andrew?
Just a question. It's a process question, if that makes sense. Can't always hold it in my head. The GDL will be implemented, all things considered, at some stage, but that will be coming in autumn
1st of October.
1st of October. So does the fact that this tabled a week from now or 3 weeks from now, does that implicate the 1st of October date?
It should still be in time, yes.
Yeah. So the point being
if it's agreed next week, I'd need to double check.
Yeah, if it's agreed next week, it would still be the 1st of October. But if it's agreed in June, it would still be the 1st of October.
So the minister's saying that, and again, just referring to her letter, the principal timing risk to a 1st of October start date, as identified by officials at their last Evans session, is that unless committee now pass the SL1s in a timely manner, it will not be possible to have this legislation in place before the summer recess. This analysis is based on the basic process requirements that a draft affirmative SR must proceed through. The outcome would essentially prevent a 1st of October start date, as the needed certainty would not have been there to proceed with the final preparations, including rolling out the necessary public information campaign.
It's my understanding it is tight. It is tight to get all that through because of the nature of it as well. That it has to go to the floor of the assembly as well. So we'll send a chaser to the organisation concerned, but it's in the committee's hands whether you still want to wait for that response or whether you want to just go ahead and consider the SL1s again.
yes, I think we should go ahead with the SLs, and that we can then consider the response whenever we actually receive it, given, we'll say, if I work on the assumption that possibly we don't have a response by this time next week.
Yeah.
So we can have the SLs tabled, and we're awaiting the response from that other party.
I suppose the key thing that Michael kind of flagged up on the way through here is that the two stakeholders that we have engaged with are the people responsible for delivering what this SL1 is asking for, and that's every driving license or every driving instructor in Northern Ireland. And I get malicious frustration around it. in terms of we haven't got it back, and as Michael has illustrated, there's some issues surrounding that. However, I suppose proceeding with the SL1 in an ad hoc manner, notwithstanding what we've discussed here, is if the other organisation which represents driving instructors in Northern Ireland came back and said, you know, we have serious concerns, and I'm sure they won't, but they may well. I'm not going to guess for them. You know, we still have very serious concerns about the implementation of a 1st of October start date, or they come back with something else. You know, there's nothing the committee can do about that. You know, we'll just go, well, sorry, you know. And so, look, I'll take John. Do you have a view on this?
Yeah, Chair, I do. I don't think the irony of that statement will be lost on anyone. And while I take Alicia's points, the role of this committee is to scrutinise, and I'd love to know which legislative proposals and the number thereof. I assume they mean 2 if Alicia's scripted response from the department is what we're referring to. Number 1, these have been sitting with the department for a decade. So if time is of the essence, I don't know why the first 3,600 days weren't a priority and the last 3 weeks of deliberation by this committee doing its due diligence are. There was plenty of time for the departmental officials to prepare the groundwork. Secondly, the reason we're in the situation where we're waiting for the major stakeholders to come back to us is because nobody was brought along before the announcement was dumped on this committee on the airwaves of the BBC. The police were not brought along, the driving instructors were not brought along, the public were not brought along, and this committee was not brought along. Had a proper collegiate approach, Chair, been followed, had engagement taken place with the relevant stakeholders during the 10-year hiatus that existed between the legislation being passed and these now being rolled out to the public, we wouldn't be in a situation where we get insulted as a committee by a letter saying that we are holding up progress. That is a slight on the work of this committee. There has been plenty of time for engagement to take place, and while we await for the major stakeholders to come back, it is not their fault that they are still deliberating on the technical issues of this. It is the fact that they were not brought along in the first place. So we will continue to do our role. I think it is entirely right that we do our role, and entirely right that we consult with the relevant stakeholders to ensure it's delivered properly and not just rushed out the door.
Andrew?
Chair, I would broadly agree, and also the Reservoir Act I've just also cited in that, I think, as well, is a difficult issue. It's not a simple issue, and I want to be collegiate and you want to progress. I mean, I think we are due a certain level of respect as well, Chair.
Yeah, look, I think, and I'll come back to you, Alicia, because you've effectively got proposals still on the table, and I'll take your view once I conclude, because nobody else has indicated. I mean, look, on the GDL stuff, this committee is on record. I personally was very frustrated that I learnt about GDL on Good Morning Ulster and hadn't been consulted or contacted by the Minister as chair of this committee prior to that, and that's how I learnt about it. I think, again, and we've talked about this at length, the policy intent, I completely support of GDL. 100%. I completely support that last line that I read out of the Minister's letter, that we should be doing everything to stop future collisions, serious injuries and death on the road. Of course, and this committee has been clear about that as well. What we are left with, however, is an incredibly compressed timescale from an announcement by in the media in January, and then saying, and just go and do this, which is a reasonably fair representation of what this committee has been asked to do. So I want to be clear, I want to see GDL proceed through. Right. I want to make sure that the people who are actually delivering it feel confident to do it, given their compressed timescale and given the fact that most of them learned about this in January as well. And as the Minister said herself, it's the largest change in terms of driver training that Northern Ireland has ever experienced. So we need to get that right. On the Reservoirs Act, I agree with Andrew. It's not simple. It's been on the books for 11 years now. I understand the safety concerns around it. However, a reasonable summary of the Reservoirs Act to date in my head is that we have the SL ones. However, what those are effectively doing is possibly providing £10,000 to some individuals who are not for profit to say to them, can you check your reservoir, and the department will pay for it. But what happens when that angling club, or that, and it probably will be an angling club, get their technical engineering survey done, and it comes back and says you need some repairs and it's £1 million, and they go, right. Now, there's no easy answer. I mean, that's a reasonable summary. There's no easy answer to that, because the department have stated they're not going to pay for it. I'm not necessarily suggesting the department at this point should be paying for it. But these are things, these unintended consequences are things this committee is actually pretty good at noticing and dealing with. So I just think, just somehow the committee nodding through something that I still have significant questions about, and questions that I have for the department in terms of what happens next if what I just illustrated occurs. I'd want to hear what the department's response about that is, because it's not at this point in time, until we pose a question back to the department, it's not an issue for them. It's going to be an issue for these non-for-profit organisations who are stuck in 6 months' time going, what do we do now? And that is, I do feel that is the job of the committee. Look, I want to go back to Militia, because he did raise that. Militia, in terms of your proposals, do you want to make that as a formal proposal that both SLs are considered at next week's committee, or are you content with the sort of progress that we've had in discussion in terms of probably, I think the view of the committee at this point in time is trying to get that correspondence back from the other stakeholder, and for that to be considered at next week's committee, and probably I think the committee is minded to have some further discussion and debate, and probably core back to the department around the Reservoirs Act. I think that's probably a reasonable summary, maybe where committee we're at, but I will leave it with you in terms of what you want to do regarding the two proposals you made earlier.
Well, what I do think too is that I can hear where people are coming from in terms of their frustration and in relation to how different elements that were dealt with in the past. But we are where we are, as we would like somebody asking for direction when they would say, well, I wouldn't start from this place anyway. But this is where we're at now at the present time, and all the more reason I do think that we should forge ahead. And in forging ahead, I'm not suggesting for 1 minute that there isn't that false scrutiny in every respect. That still should be done in every way by this committee, so that I would continue that would be part of the agenda for next week.
Okay, so is it, just to be clear, so we know so what committee members are dealing with, is it that you're proposing that we make a decision on the SL ones for the Reservoirs Act and GDL at next week's meeting? Is that because we need to be clear?
That they're actually tabled for discussion.
Table for discussion.
Next week's meeting.
Table for Michael, do you want to take over? Because I'm not very good at this.
Yes, I was going to suggest to members, if they're in agreement, that there would be a separate agenda item specifically for reservoirs, and that a clear way forward that has a timescale to it, and it just to establish what exactly the committee needs to know before agreeing to the SL ones. To have that as a separate agenda item. As for the GDLs, it's whether members are content just to go ahead as been proposed by Mr McHugh, or whether we still wait for the other stakeholder to get back. And I'm reliably informed they've just been sent a chaser email as we speak.
Wow, it's in lifetime. That's impressive, Michael. John?
Yeah, Chair, happy with that course of action and the proposals. I just wouldn't like to think that we're being accused of holding up the process if the delay is on the side of the department. So I'd like to think that the department legislative proposals that we're supposedly holding up don't include, for example, SUDs. We've been waiting 3 weeks on technical and legal aspects from the department, for example, and equally legitimate concerns around the Reservoirs Acts, the grant funding and questions. If we are not getting satisfying results, that is not us holding up the process. We need the information. Can't just be saying, we've created this problem, you need to force it through. That is not the role of a scrutiny committee. Yep. But at the same time, I do appreciate that we do need also to pursue these things and progress them, because they are important pieces of legislation.
Just to clarify in my head and administratively what members are agreeing to, that the GDL SL1s will be considered if we have a response from the one stakeholder. The reservoir SL1s not considered next week, but a clear way forward established by the committee and agreed by the committee. If that's
happy enough with that, Mac? Okay.
That,
yeah. Okay. Our committee agreed.
Agreed.
Okay. Right. That takes me to. Let's see.
So on correspondence there, Chair.
Right.
So we've done this.
Mm-hmm.
So we're on Israeli
33. Yes, indeed. So page 33, we have a response from the Minister for Infrastructure to the committee's correspondence regarding the non-recognition of Israeli driver licences in Northern Ireland. And I just need to seek committee agreement to note this and forward the response to the original correspondent for information if committee are agreed. Okay. At page 87, we have correspondence from the Department for Infrastructure confirming a site visit to enable members to observe firsthand the current transport challenges and how the Eastern Transport Plan addresses them. If any members would like to avail of said opportunity, Michael?
I will email members following this meeting, because I'm aware there's a member with apologies in who's not present who may wish to avail of that opportunity. So I'll email members on this.
I'll do that.
Amazing. Good show. Okay, at page 88 we have a call for evidence from the Utility Regulator Support for Decarbonisation Preparation Bill. Just to ask if members have any views on this they wish to flag up. That's a no. That's okay. Noted. At page 90, we have a call for evidence for the Petroleum Exploration and Licensing Repeal Bill. Do members have any views on this? Noted. At page 92, we have copy correspondence from Charge UK to the Committee for Finance in relation to the application of business rates to public EV charging infrastructure in Northern Ireland. Just to remind committee members that we considered a similar letter from Charge UK at our meeting of the 15th of April and agreed to write back to the organisation requesting a written briefing. Our members content with that? We're just waiting for that back, and we'll consider that in due course if members are content with that.
Right.
Okay, I'll pause there for a second, and I will just any other stuff that people have, I'll take off the list. John?
Could I take members to 7.2 and again thank the committee for writing to the department regarding the turning off and removal of street lighting on adopted roads. You'll know that prior to local government registration in 1973, the department has effectively been caretaking and maintaining street lighting in those areas. They remain technically unadopted, but they have been maintained. As it says here, though, and in my experience from my constituents in Jordanstown, they have been notified that they're going to be effectively removed and not replaced. So I think this raises as many questions as it answers for me, particularly around why the department and its officials would seek during that time to upgrade the lighting to LED and spend public money knowing that they may well remove them. Secondly, how that they are inspected when no actual definitive list of unadopted roads where legacy street lighting exists. is interesting in itself, in that how can the department plan for any expenditure that might be incurred there for removal. And the third one, which is the risk to public safety, these actions have been taken for my constituents and for others who will find themselves in this situation in the interest of public safety. But I don't see how the public safety has been weighed up against that of removing streetlight and leaving these streets in darkness. Certainly the experience that I raised in Jordanstown, many elderly people leaving these streets, they were not giving any notification or any time or any solution. Effectively, they're just being removed. So after 50 years of being responsible for the streetlights, there's nothing there. So I would maybe ask the committee if we could go back again and seek further clarity on this as to what safety assessments are carried out on the risk versus removing them versus not in terms of providing that streetlight. Why no database is kept, given that they still maintain them, and why, if they're unadopted, that they actually exist on the NI Direct portal, and that members of the public who live in those streets are allowed to report them, they are repaired, and why public money is then spent upgrading them, but then ultimately removed.
Yeah. No, absolutely fine.
Sure. Could we get clarification from the department as to what actually is defective? Completely agree with what you're saying, John. Mm-hmm. Is it the equipment itself? Is it potentially the wiring that actually powers the lights? Is there a role maybe of somebody else who could potentially assist in keeping the street lights there? I think if we can get clarification on that, because in the conversation we had a couple of weeks ago, we hadn't really got anything back further from the department to give us any further clarity. So if we can really get some information from the department as to what actually is the reason why they're not of a standard anymore, that'd be really helpful.
Okay. Our committee agreed to write to the department along the lines that John and Peter have suggested, just to see.
Furiously scribbling.
Yeah, I think Michael's. you got that one, Michael? That's okay. All right, committee members are content?
Thank you.
Yep, okay. Again, I'll take anything else that members have off the core. Andrew?
7.12, there's a letter from the Committee of Finance and Management and Vote Account regarding the Budget Act. And just if you look at the numbers, basically there's been a certain amount drawn down already by the department. If you do the maths, if that continues, it's going to exceed their budget quite substantially, if that makes sense. I'm just wondering, is that a planned spend? Is there a strategy to that spend, and whether or not it's worth just corresponding to the minister to make sure that whether we've spent quite a lot in the first 2 weeks or whatever it is that going to be, then there's going to be less spent another 2 weeks, and just how that all is going to pan out, if that makes sense, Chair.
Yep. I'm just looking at the minute. Just forgive me because I was getting there. Is this the one that departments can spend their 45%? Is that what we're talking about? Yeah. Okay. Sorry, apologies, Andrew. Did you suggest a course of action there? You sort of did.
Yeah, just if you look at the numbers that I've spent so far, if that trend continues throughout, we're obviously, it'll exceed the budget as is, if that makes sense. So again, I'm just wondering, are these planned spend? Is there a strategy to this? Is it something that has to, I'm just curious, Chair. Just from an.
No, it's a good question. Yep.
And what is the strategy to maybe ensure that trend doesn't, and just well, we are again. We are where we are.
We're always there.
But certainly the start of the year, Chair.
We're in May. Are committee members content to write along the lines of Andrew suggested to the department?
Yep.
Okay. Again, just checking that we are content then to note the rest of the correspondence. I haven't had any other indications. Committee agreed to note. Yeah. Okay. Item 8 is the SL1 for the Green Road Connolly abandonment order. Now, there is quite a bit to this, and I'm going to summarise some of it. I'm going to hand over to Michael for a little bit more, and then we will consider this. So it's the SL1 Green Road Connolly abandonment order, Northern Ireland 2026. At page 148 is the clerk's memo. At page 150 is the SL1, and 152 to 160 other documents related to the SL1, subject to negative resolution procedure before the Assembly. It was initially considered by the committee at its meeting on the 13th of March, where it received oral evidence from departmental officials, having noted that the proposal had been the subject of a consultation by the department, which had received 9 objections. On February 2022, Mr. Andrew Muir, MLA, sought leave under Standing Order 22 to present a public petition comprising of over 500 signatures and called on the Minister to withdraw the proposed abandonment order. Members will wish to note that the original SL1s did not contain any information in respect to the petition, or when questioned in the course of evidence, departmental officials acknowledged that this was just an oversight. Following the oral evidence, the committee agreed to note the policy background for the proposed SR and agreed to write to Ards and North Down Borough Council to establish if there was an awareness of a public petition against the proposed abandonment and to highlight the classification by HED. In response, Ards and North Down Borough Council responded to a request that consideration of the order be delayed pending completion of a feasibility study. In its subsequent response, which was considered by this committee on the 29th of April, Ards and North Down Borough Council confirmed that it had no objection to the proposed order. Having noted this response, the committee agreed to notify the departments accordingly that it was content for the proposal for the SL1 to be submitted for the committee's consideration under the revised process for handling delegated legislation. Members will wish to note that the revised SL1s have been provided, but again, it does not reference that a public petition had been previously tabled. I just wanted further advise members that the Minister for Infrastructure has written to the committee, it's at page 150, to express concern around the delays that will be caused by scrutinising this proposal under the revised Assembly process, and to request that the committee forgoes its call for views as part of this process to conclude the scrutiny at the earliest opportunity. And Michael, do you want to fill in any gaps that I've missed?
No, just as summarised there. So it's been around for 2 years. Essentially, these SL1s, the original SL1s, didn't contain any information about the public petition. It's something that the committee found out about itself, and then Ards and North Down Borough Council have really been considering it for the last 2 years before they wrote back, and that's what the committee was waiting for for these SL1s to go forward. The committee then agreed on receipt of that reply to put it through the new system, just in case anything else comes out of the woodwork around this abandonment order. The original concern was that a greenway was earmarked for that area. The department said there wasn't, and the council has now come back to say there are no plans for that from their point of view either. So the Minister is asking whether members are happy for it to for these SL1s not to go through the new system, so it's for the committee to decide whether they would like to do that, or whether they think 4 weeks consultation is acceptable. Just because of the initial issues that came up with the proposal, whether members want to just be absolutely satisfied that there are no more.
Okay, so the Minister's letter there says that given this background, I am concerned that the requirement now being placed on the Department to resubmit the SL1 under the new delegated legislation procedures represents an unavoidable further delay in progressing an otherwise straightforward proposal. That's page 150. Andrew.
Just to check with Mr. Potter, this is following due process and going back out for other public views, if that makes sense. So this is the process.
It's the process now.
Yeah.
So there was a transitional process whereby an SL1 had been submitted before the new process, that it wouldn't go through the new process. But because this has been hanging around for 2 years, the idea was it was transitional, that SL1 submitted just before the process started would still be in the old system rather than having to do it all again. So the question is that this is exceptional, that the original SL1s were 2 years old. So it's whether members are content for it to go through the new system, or whether you're content to hurry it along and forego the new system.
Well, I'm content for it to go to this new system. I don't want to feel hurried in any.
Just to say that the members had already agreed that it would.
Yeah.
It's just whether you want to change that decision in the light of the Minister's letter.
I would be inclined to do that, Chair.
So I sense that members are happy to go with the call for the standard call for evidence, and if that's the case, I just think it is. I will note receipt of the SL1 and the proposed statutory rule to be published as part of the call for views. Agree that the SL1 will be considered at our meeting on the 10th of June 2026, and confirm that a briefing from officials at this stage is not required. Are members content?
Content.
Right. Okay. Right. I'll keep going on the SLs, which none of which are as either historic or perhaps even as contentious as that one. Item number 9 is SL1, the grants to water and sewage undertaker orders, Northern Ireland 2027 initial consideration. At page 162 is the clerk's memo of the SL1. At page 163 is the SL1, and at pages 166 to 170 are documents related to the SL1. The statutory rule is subject to draft affirmative procedure before the Assembly. The purpose of the rule is to amend Article 213 of the 2006 order to extend the period during which the Department of Infrastructure may pay a subsidy to the water and sewage undertaker in lieu of charges for domestic water and sewage services until the 31st of March 2032. I need to seek committee agreement to note the receipt of the SL1 and the proposed statutory rule, which will be published as part of a call for views. Agree that the SL1 will be considered at its meeting on the 10th of June 2026, and given that the SL1 is subject to draft affirmative procedure, that departmental officials be invited to provide oral evidence. Our committee agreed.
Content, Chair.
Item 10 is SL1, the road speed limit number 2 order, Northern Ireland 2026 initial consideration. At page 172 is the clerk's memo. At page 173 is the SL1, and at pages 176 to 182 are documents that relate to the SL1. The statutory rule is not subject to any procedure before the Assembly. The proposed rule will apply a 30 mph speed limit to the length of Glenlevin Road, Derrygonnelly, and a 30 mph speed limit and a 40 mph speed limit to lengths of Tonna Road, Derrygonnelly. It will apply a 40 mph speed limit to the length of Ballymagony Road and Comber Road, Castlereagh, to reflect the increased volume of new development accessed from these lengths of roads. It will revoke existing speed limits relating to Ballymagony Road and Tonna Road so that the speed limits specified can take effect. I need to seek committee agreement to note the receipt of the SL1 and the proposed statutory rule, which will be published as a part of call for views. To agree that the SL1 will be considered at our meeting on the 10th of June 2026, and to indicate that we are currently content that a briefing from officials is not required at this stage. Our committee content. Item 11 is SR 2026/79, the Motor Vehicles Exchangeable Licences Amendment Order, Northern Ireland 2026. At page 184 is the SL5. At page 187 is the maid order. At page 190 is the EM, and at page 193 is the report from the examiner for statutory rules. This rule is subject to negative resolution procedure before the Assembly. The rule will designate Moldova. I feel like we're going to war with Moldova. This rule will designate Moldova under Article 19D 2B and 2A and 2B of the Road Traffic Northern Ireland Order 1981 as making satisfactory provision for the granting of licences which authorise the driving of vehicles included in the licensing Category B cars. This enables those driving licence to be exchanged for a corresponding Northern Ireland driving licence. There have been no changes to policy content since the SL1 was considered by the committee on the 15th of April 2026. The ESR has reported on the rule and has no comment to make. Are members content to note the statutory rule?
Welcome.
Okay, that the Committee for Infrastructure has considered SR 2026/79, the Motor Vehicles Exchangeable Licences Amendment Order Northern Ireland 2026, and has no objection to the rule. Item 12 is SR 2026/80, the Planning General Permitted Development Amendment Order Northern Ireland 2026. At page 202 is the SL5, page 205 is the made order, and at table papers there's a correction slip to the made order which removes a small numbering error. The rule is subject to negative resolution before the Assembly. The rule amends the Planning General Permitted Development Order Northern Ireland 2015 to expand the scope of that permitted development by adding a new Class E reverse vending machines that comes into operation on the 13th of May 2026. There have been no changes to policy content since the SL1 was considered by the committee on the 15th of April 2026. The ESR has reported on the rule and has no comment to make. Are members content to note the statutory rule? That this Committee for Infrastructure has considered SR 2026/80, the Planning General Permitted Development Amendment Order Northern Ireland 2026, and has no objection to this rule. That takes us to item 13, which is the item on developer contributions for wastewater infrastructure. And this will be oral evidence from departmental officials. At page 3 is the clerk's memo. At page 6 is the developer contributions written evidence. At page 8 is the consultation high-level summary. And at page 26 is the report that was conducted on the 12th of November 2025. And I would like to welcome Ciara Lloyd, Adele Waters, and a frequent flyer with this committee, Alison Clydesdale, from the department. I need to seek committee agreement that the evidence session is recorded by Hansard. Our committee agreed to that.
Great.
And therefore, I can invite departmental officials to make a brief opening statement of up to 10 minutes, and then you will expect some questions from the committee. Ciara, we're in your hands.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to provide the committee with an update on developer contributions for wastewater infrastructure. Members will recall the previous briefing late last year when Alison, Clydesdale and I attended committee to provide an update and answer questions about the outcome of the department's 2025 consultation on whether a pathway for developer contributions should be introduced. I'm here today with Adele Waters, who was involved in that consultation and will be part of the team taking this work forward, as well as Alison. Today's briefing follows the Minister's statement to the Assembly on the 19th of March, when she confirmed that developer contributions will be introduced on a phased basis, starting with the development of and legislating for a scheme to facilitate voluntary contributions, while work will continue on the potential for a wastewater infrastructure levy in the future. The voluntary scheme will enable developers, if they so wish, to help narrow the wastewater funding gap by contributing directly to upgrading or replacing Northern Ireland Water's wastewater infrastructure in areas where capacity constraints are preventing new connections. You will be aware that this work further implements the Minister's three-pronged approach to addressing wastewater constraints. As the Minister advised when she wrote to the committee immediately following her announcement, our focus now is on scoping and developing the detailed policy, operational procedures, governance arrangements and legislative options required to create the voluntary scheme. We are in the process of putting in place the work streams that will be needed to give effect to the Minister's decision, which, at a very high level, will cover the legislation necessary to introduce voluntary contributions and the associated administrative arrangements and processes to enable the scheme to operate. These will help determine the appropriate approach and inform delivery timelines. In addition to working with the Departmental Solicitor's Office on developing the legislation, we will be establishing a developer contributions working group comprising representatives from Northern Ireland Water, the utility regulator and relevant DFI directorates to develop the operational procedures for how the voluntary contribution scheme will work in practice. As we embark on these work streams, we particularly welcome the committee's initial insights on the key issues members would like the department to consider as the policy develops. We are genuinely keen to hear what members would like us to include. Chair, I will stop there, and we're happy to take members' comments and questions.
Thank you very much, Ciara, hopefully the committee will have some insights to provide you with today. I'll start, I think you mentioned, maybe on the way through the 19th of March, I think we have here is the 13th of March, the Minister issued a written statement, is that right?
Yes.
Regarding this. And as you noted on the way through, this is one of the Minister's 3 prongs of her wastewater strategy, is that right? Yeah, okay. So, I mean, given the fact that it's a key prong and one of the biggest challenges that DFI faced, do you not feel it was appropriate for the Minister to come to the Assembly in the first instance and make an oral statement around this, or perhaps in lieu of that, come before this committee for a level of scrutiny rather than send her G5s to the committee? I'm probably demoting some of you and promoting others in saying that, but given the importance of this prong, do you not feel in the first instance the Minister should have made an oral statement, or at least been here in front of this committee rather than you?
So the developer contributions for wastewater infrastructure is at an early stage. There is a lot more work that we need to undertake to scope out the detailed policy, the operational procedures, governance arrangements and the legislative options required. Making a written statement was therefore a more proportionate and appropriate format for the Minister to announce her decision to progress a voluntary scheme and to continue to explore the potential of a levy.
Okay. So could I ask what modelling has been undertaken by the department to sort of quantify perhaps levels of proposed development contributions, or the specific impact when the scheme develops, what impact they're going to make to the issue that we have with sort of wastewater in Northern Ireland?
So we have been clear, and it's been made clear since the consultation was launched, and before the consultation, during the consultation, in the consultation responses report, and afterwards by the Minister, that developer contributions is not a panacea. It is not going to create a significant amount of revenue. It is not going to solve the problem of wastewater capacity constraints. What it is going to do is offer an opportunity to help. In terms of modelling and what input it has, because we are progressing with the voluntary scheme, as I think I've briefed ministers when we discussed the consultation itself, we can't put a figure on it because it will depend where the constraints are. It will depend on the developers, what assessment they make on the amount, on the financial viability of creating those houses and what that looks like, and the costs that will be associated, and they will have to undertake that. What we are doing is setting up that developers working group to take this forward, and one of the things that we will be looking at there, and we have Northern Ireland Water at the table who will be coming to us with insights from the developers, that we will be looking at how we make it as feasible as possible for people to be engaged and to voluntarily contribute if they choose to do so. And it's important to note that this is a voluntary contribution, and we are just simply allowing developers to contribute to unlock housing capacity if they choose.
Okay. The committee received a letter from the Minister, just saying what dates on that. It says here, the reference is 2nd of February, but it's a Committee for Infrastructure follow-up meeting on the 14th of January on the Minister's 3-pronged approach. We asked regarding the strand, or the prong, you might say, and then the impact that the Minister viewed it would have. So on the strand where it says developer contributions, the impact has a bullet point here that says estimate would not be available until a scheme would be further developed. I suppose that would be your evidence here today.
Yep.
Okay, so I suppose you'd be saying we're not really sure what impact this particular prong or strand will have until we see it in operation.
That, in essence, we would be guessing. So I think Northern Ireland Water came and gave you evidence in 2025, and they talked about developers' contributions, and their estimate was potentially around 3.5 million. Now that's a conservative estimate from their experience of working with developers. It could be more, it could be less. And they weren't basing that in particular on anything that was, that, as I say, based on their conversations with some developers. But we don't know that for sure. And we also, as we work through the detail of what this scheme will look like in legislation and in practice, some of the areas that we will be looking at is whether we should be facilitating pooling resources, so developers having an opportunity to come together if they have houses in a similar area where they can combine their resources, which is done in some other jurisdictions that make provision for that. So those are the sort of areas that we raised in the consultation document that we got some responses on, and that now will be part of that detailed work going forward as we look at how administratively voluntary contributions could be administered. Okay.
So, thank you for that. If I take you through a few figures, and if I get any of these wrong, you just stop me along the way. The current period, which is PC 21, which is running from 21 to 27, was set initially at 2.1 billion by the regulator, and then later increased to 2.4 nominal following the regulator's midterm review, and that was due to inflation and revised costs. And if you take, effectively what this is talking about is putting some sewage treatment plants in where they build a small number of new homes. And my research has led me to believe that you can cover off about 20 homes for £250,000 in terms of capital outlay around a sewage treatment plant. I was being incredibly optimistic, because I always am for the department, and I sort of thought, well, if you managed to get 50 of these from a developer side, that would unlock, say, 1,000 new homes. And I did a bit of math around that, which I revised because I wasn't aware, I maybe didn't remember that 3.5 million was the NI Water sort of how much it might unlock figure. Is that right, Ciara?
It was what they had said at committee was that they thought that it might. Yeah. It is important to say that Northern Ireland Water want the introduction of voluntary contributions. That was their response to the consultation themselves. And as I say, they're taking part in the group that will be looking at working in the procedures and practices to put it into place.
Okay, so whenever I did the math and applied some math to the figures that we've just talked about, and I've done some matchstick maths up here live on that 3.5 figure, if voluntary contributions worked at my very optimistic level of 1,000, unlocking 1,000 new homes, that would deal with 0.5% of the wastewater problems we have. However, if we use Northern Ireland Water's figure, it would deal with something around 0.1% of the wastewater infrastructure crisis that we have. Okay, so I guess you can pick either of those figures. You can go for my very optimistic £12.5 million, or Northern Ireland Water's probably more realistic £3.5 million. Notwithstanding which figure you pick, it leaves me thinking that this prong is like a matchstick. Is it even a prong? You're talking about a figure so small, it doesn't even represent 1% of the capital that's required to try and sort this out. I mean, and that sort of leaves me thinking, is it just a small little piece of policy intent? I mean, I suppose I should phrase the question: do you accept the figures that I've just used? And I suppose, do you further accept that the level of impact that this prong is going to have is going to be so minimal, it's nearly going to be inconsequential?
So what I would say is that all figures at this point are, and they could vary depending on the year. So if all we are talking about doing in essence with voluntary contributions is unblocking the ability of people to contribute if they wish to do so. Mm-hmm. So there could be a year where it rises above that, there could be a year where it goes below it. It simply is allowing some developers, if they choose to do so, to facilitate the unlocking of capacity. I would say that any unlocking of capacity, given the level of issues that we have with housing and the level of issues with our wastewater connections, any capacity released is a benefit.
I agree.
Every house released is someone else able to be housed. And I think I said before, we were very clear that this wasn't a solution to wastewater funding.
Yep.
There is a big issue around wastewater funding. It moves the bar a little bit, it moves the needle a bit, and it offers something that can be done. And until we put it into place and until we see how it operates in practice, until we have those conversations and these continued financial viability studies are undertaken, we genuinely don't know. We are all guessing. And it will be down to where the capacity constraint is and the amount of funding that is required. So works that need to be upgraded from Northern Ireland Water perspective range from a small amount of money to a significant amount of money. And it just depends on how much will be unlocked, where that is, and the financial viability of it for a developer. At the minute, developers are simply stymied in the sense that they can't do anything to help unlock capacity other than the developer-led work that they're currently able to do. This is simply offering another alternative. And as I say, if it moves the needle even a little bit, that is still an increase in housing and is still an increase for people who are looking for housing.
Ciara, I agree completely that any movement of the needle is welcome, especially if you're looking for a home, and I don't dispute that, and I want to be clear, I welcome that. Would you accept that, because my issue with this is that it's being held up as a significant plank or prong, would you accept my figures that in terms of, to use your analogy, that this policy, if it becomes legislated for, would move the needle optimistically to a level of 0.5%, and less optimistically on Northern Ireland Water's figures about 0.1% of the problems that we face in terms of building new houses, and sitting behind that, the problems of wastewater infrastructure?
So, yeah, look, as I said, we don't know. We will not know, and I would suspect, as I've just said, it would vary year by year. So I don't want to commit to a figure that I would be plucking out of the air in terms of the amount. But I would say, as I said before, I think it's 5 times in the consultation document, and it's in the consultation document, we have said very, very clearly that this is not a solution to the scale of wastewater infrastructure funding issues. It's been made incredibly clear. It's accepted that that's the case. It is one of the things that we can put in place to move that needle.
And perhaps I could just maybe add to that, Chair, in terms of the wider context of wastewater constraints more generally. Obviously, wastewater constraints are happening in the network and they're happening at the works. So currently, developers can, as you're aware, do stormwater offsetting to allow connections, and that is available now and will continue. What this is bringing new to the table in this occasion is that so the stormwater offsetting allows developers to connect to the network. What this is new bringing is, if in the case where the pumping stations or treatment works need updated, this is allowing potentially voluntary contributions to that area, which currently can't be. So it is bringing that new element. As Ciara said, it is demand-led and there is an element of choice. Therefore, I think it's very difficult to estimate any figures because it's demand-led. It really is up to developers as to whether or not they will go forward with it. The scale of the investment will obviously vary by site. So, one developer could need to upgrade a pumping station or contribute to a pumping station. Another developer could be something else. So I think it's very difficult to make any accurate estimate of what it might bring in.
Okay. Some of the figures are there. I'll not labour the point. We know what the need is. We know what a treatment plant costs that will service 20 homes. And then we're only guessing from then on in as to whether we go with an incredibly positive estimate of unlocking £12.5 million or a more conservative NI Water figure of 3.5. But whenever you apply math to either of those figures, all I'm simply saying is that in terms of dealing with the problem that we face at this point in time, it solves between 0.1 and 0.5% of that problem or that needle shift. But I'll pause it there. can I just ask, in terms of then the economic, if any long-term sort of economic analysis has been done by the department in terms of the effect on the housing market, and I'm thinking particularly in terms of the impact of house prices?
So, and again, this was acknowledged throughout all the documentation, there would be an expectation that a developer will pass on the cost of any upgrade that they contribute or any amount that they contribute to the purchaser of the home. It will be down to an economic viability study by each developer as to whether it is financially viable for them and whether the market appetite is sufficient to allow for that flexibility in terms of the price of the housing. And that obviously is market economics. So the more houses they build, the more valuable it is to them to contribute to or to make a voluntary contribution to upgrading Northern Ireland Water's wastewater infrastructure. There will be an increase, but and as I said, we expect, and we were told in consultation that there would be an impact on housing. But again, it's demand led, and it's slightly more for a house, and house prices are already rising, so it's slightly more for a house or no house.
Okay, I mean, certainly the consultation responses would agree with your analysis. I want to read out a couple to you. Making developments unviable by increasing developers' costs and house prices. Introducing developer contributions would increase house prices and rents. Developers will pass the cost of developer contributions on to house buyers. And developer contributions will operate as a tax on new homes. Is it your analysis that effectively what this is the minister bringing through essentially a sort of like stealth tax on new houses in order to get them built?
No, as if it was a tax, it would be a uniform tax that was applied across every build. It's not. It's an opportunity for developers to make a financial assessment on whether they should whether it would be viable for them to contribute and whether the market appetite is sufficient to offset the cost of that or not build. Yep. So it's a binary choice.
Yep. Would you accept that? Because I see your argument there. Would you accept that if this scheme applied and if a developer was wanting to unlock a housing development of 20 houses, and they could do that by putting in place a sewage treatment plant of £500,000, for example, that would service all that, that just following that logic through, that £500,000 would simply be added on to the cost of the houses, and therefore, because of this scheme, house buyers would simply be paying more for those houses, even if, taking your last point, they're doing that on a voluntary nature. But you would accept my point that the houses are costing more because of this scheme?
So again, the scheme is voluntary.
Yep.
So the developer in the assessment that you've just given would assess the cost of 500,000 against the cost of building those 20 houses, would look at whether the market would sustain that and there was sufficient demand for those houses.
Yep.
But coming back to the point, that's a financial assessment for the developer to make. That, say the decision was actually yes, people were willing to pay that amount for the houses. That is again 20 more houses or 500 more houses that weren't there before, and that's the issue. So we are conscious, and we have it covered in we'd raised it in the consultation document. We got responses about it. We've been dealing with the housing executive. We are conscious of the knock-on impact, but it is around the fact that it's about unlocking supply, and it is very much based on developers conducting their own assessments and choosing to or not to engage.
Yeah. No, look, that's okay. I suppose I'll accept that, and I think you've probably accepted my point that if we take not having the scheme, if we take not applying the scheme to a development or applying the scheme to development, if the scheme is applied, then there's a cost to developers to do that, market forces notwithstanding. I suppose my point is that I was hoping you would accept is that those houses will simply cost more because the developer will pass those costs on. It's not not the department paying for the extra cost. It's a person who's actually buying the house will have to absorb that, because it's very clear, and it'd be interesting if you wanted to argue the point that developers will somehow absorb this cost themselves. I think my point is that they will pass that on to people who are buying the houses, and those houses will be more expensive. Yeah.
So the assessment will be build the houses that cost more, or don't build the houses.
Yeah.
And not building the houses is you're waiting for the capacity to be unlocked at such point as funding becomes available. If the department could fund it, that would be the area that we would be funding anyway.
And I think maybe, Chair, it's maybe just helpful to add that the situation you've outlined there is actually the current situation with the current developers' contributions. So when a developer chooses to implement stormwater offsetting, it is the developer who pays for that stormwater offsetting to enable that capacity to be unlocked. And it's likely even in that case that that they pass that cost on. So that situation currently exists.
Yep, and that stormwater offsetting can be expensive in terms of technical assessments and dies, and I know all about it as a local MLA. Just in conclusion, and then I'll go to Stephen. I had a look at how this was applied in other regions and jurisdictions, and actually it's very common across the world to have this sort of stuff. There's lots of countries actually do it, and particularly the United States. Most of the research around this area concluded more or less as we just agreed, Ciara, that it puts the price of houses up. However, I did find something really interesting, which I'll ask for your comments on, in the Journal of Housing Research, when I was looking specifically at when this new system is applied in a first case, when it's first introduced, voluntary or compulsory contributions, in terms of trying to create solutions around sewage. And the journal said, or concluded, that the least successful systems, when these things are adopted, are done on an ad hoc basis, B, negotiated on a case-by-case basis, or C, imposed only after infrastructure is already critically overloaded. I would suggest that voluntary contributions meets all three of those criteria as currently assessed by the Journal of Housing Research, that actually, even given your evidence today, that it will be up to individual developers as to whether they go with the scheme. That will also be agreed on a case-by-case basis, I assume, with Northern Ireland Water. And I would probably assume that you'd also accept the fact that our infrastructure is already critically overloaded. And that is the definition of this journal of the least successful system in terms of how it's adopted. I'll be able to give you the reference for that should you want to go away, but I'll ask you to comment on it.
I mean, I would be interested to know what, given those scenarios, they thought the most successful approach was. And certainly as part of the working group, we'll look at all other options available. At the minute, the two options that we consulted on were voluntary and compulsory, and the Minister, as I've said, wants to go with voluntary, has made her decision on that basis, but has asked us to continue to keep the option, or develop further the option for compulsory, because we had a lot of consultation responses which were that more detail was needed before people could make a really informed decision on that. It may well be that the article you mentioned would say in those circumstances we should go for a compulsory levy, and that would be something we would factor in. I haven't read it, I don't know, but I'm happy to look at it, and I'm happy for whatever they suggested as a successful model with those three scenarios in place, because we can't do anything about the current situation, and this is an attempt to mitigate the reasons. But if there is a more successful approach, I'm certainly happy that, and I think the working group will be happy to consider that.
Yeah, I think, look, I can't remember all the detail. I think they were suggesting a systems-wide approach. I'm not sure if that is actually compulsory levies. And the other thing that they suggested was that actually it's nearly a maintenance dosing thing. So you're best to do it before it gets to critically overloaded. And actually, what it does, it effectively maintains a fairly robust system in place. But if I'll find the article for you, send it across.
As I said, we'll be very happy to put that on the agenda for the working group and look at that going forward.
Sure. Okay, that's great. Thank you very much. I'm going to go to Stephen.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, folks. 62% of the respondents opposed this approach in the consultation of almost 300 responses. Were you disappointed with that feedback from the consultation?
Absolutely not. The purpose of going out to consultation is to gather views, to listen to people and to get ideas and insights. Going for voluntary contributions means that it's not an imposition. The idea of the levy, if that was taken forward in the future, is a bit more complex, and that is a different matter. But if there are sufficient numbers of developers who are interested in pursuing developer contributions, this simply gives them the option to do so. The people who would not like to have to make a voluntary contributions are not obliged to do that at all.
But I think it's fair to say it wasn't exactly a major vote of confidence, in the approach from the department and the minister and yourselves, given that level of negativity around it.
So, as I say, when you go out to consultation on anything that involves people paying for something, we don't have an expectation that people are going to overwhelmingly want that to happen. What we are interested in is the insights, the rationales, whether there's anything we can mitigate, whether there are any people who are for it and why they're for it. And we're looking at, in the round, at all of the evidence. As with every policy consultation, we look at what has been said in the responses, and we factor that in to how we design going forward.
Yeah, and ultimately we want to see if it's whether it's effective or not, and whether it is going to make a positive difference. That's what we want to be focused on. Just interested in any engagement or level of engagement with the utility regulator. Up to date, has there been much engagement there from?
We engaged with the utility regulator in advance of the consultation, and they didn't formally respond to the consultation because of their remit and their role. They have agreed to be part of the working group going forward, so they will be at the heart of developing the processes and procedures and helping us and acting as a critical friend as we move forward with putting a voluntary scheme in place.
Okay, good. Just around the impact as well then on, I suppose, unintended consequence potentially around, impact on social and affordable housing and so on. I'm keen to hear your thoughts on that. And also, is it solely focused on housing, private housing development, or is there scope around, commercial and industry and so on, and even into things like agriculture, which is also impacted by, the current issues around lack of capacity, and which is ultimately having an adverse impact on our economy and in so many other areas? Yeah,
so on the social housing, again, that was something that was formed part of the consultation. We were acknowledged that there may be an impact on it. The Housing Executive did reply, I'm just looking to see the response there, but the Housing Executive did reply to the consultation itself. They acknowledged that there may be an impact and there might have to be mitigations put in place for social housing, but they were supportive of the introduction of developer contributions. So we are aware, and one of the things that we'll be looking for as we develop the next stages is what that impact would be and what that would look like. Sorry, you'd asked.
Beyond housing, I suppose, beyond private housing.
Yes. So again, something that we will be looking at as part of the working group. The focus was on the housing because the block in legislation is on the housing, but certainly the expansion of it and what that looks like, and how could developers contribute for developments over and above housing will absolutely be part of the work going forward.
Okay. Thanks for this, Dave. Thanks, Peter.
Thank you, Stephen. Andrew.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. I suppose you would expect that different locations will require a different amount to be spent on. A developer will have to spend a different amount, if that makes sense. I mean, do you have any idea of, is there an average? What would you expect the price range to be, or is there any of that sort of? Is there any of that? Any ballpark figures? Or?
So we'd given some figures in the consultation, and what we had done was we looked at the easiest and the cheapest, which I think is widening pipes, which was like around 0.5 million, and it can go right the way up to multi-million pounds to replace. I don't think we'll turn into the civil engineer. I don't think there's
it would be site specific. So anybody who's looking for a wastewater connection has to come to Northern Ireland Water and undertake an investigation. So all of the costs would be determined by the nature of the connection required on that site.
If it's not 0.5 million in one place and millions in another place, is that not unfair? I mean, is that not? I mean, that doesn't really seem. It doesn't seem fair. I'm just working this through in my head that it just doesn't seem fair.
Well, so the blockage, what this is aimed at is unlocking capacity. So if the blockage in one area is that the pipes aren't wide enough, and the blockage in another area is that there are too many houses for the current system to be there, and an upgrade to the wastewater system is needed. So, like, I think Duncrew needs replaced. So it's where the developer wants to develop, how many developers. So if you have something that's not 0.5 million, but it would only unlock 10 houses in a small area, but you have the multi-million pound upgrade, which would unlock 10,000 houses, 20,000 houses. So there's a variety of the numbers that it would unlock, and think, but this is based on moving the needle, unlocking some capacity, and then any money that is saved is going to be spent on the other areas.
It would be a commercial decision for the developer. So when they went to Northern Ireland Water and got an indication of what the cost might be, that would be a commercial decision for the developer then as to whether or not they wanted to proceed.
That's an interesting point again in itself, because who decides what is relevant? Because again, I would presume from a developer's point of view, they will want to do the bare minimum because it's an economic decision. NI Water would want to do something that would, I would presume, future-proof themselves as much as anything else. And again, I presume the department would want to do something that does for the good of all society, because that's what the point is, really. So, but who then would decide the capacity, if that makes sense? I mean, who does decide that?
So Northern Ireland Water are governed by a range of environmental legislation and are required to comply with that. So the decisions around getting a connection are based on meeting environmental legislation and environmental requirements.
Right. So actually, it wouldn't be a bare minimum. It wouldn't be, or would we probably would land the bare minimum then? So
it would be, each site is different, so it would depend on each site what would be required to meet the environmental compliance regulations. So in some sites it might be as simple as stormwater offsetting. Other sites it might require either other changes to the network, like upgrades to pumping stations, or it might require something at the treatment works. So it's entirely site specific, but it is driven. The driving factor is the need to meet the environmental regulations. You cannot have a connection that breaches that.
And again, you talk about the upgrades there. So again, that would. So I mean, I can think of a development that has a pumping station and there's issues with it and what have you, and there's an ongoing, and that's grand. And so hypothetically speaking, you could have another development put further down the road that would connect to that pumping station, and the developer contribution would then be put upon the new builds, but would benefit the old builds.
And so one of the things that was in the we sort of flipped it, but it was in the consultation about what if someone upgrades, pays to upgrade, builds the houses, and there's more capacity and someone else comes in and does that. And one of the things that we had put into the consultation document was whether we should have some form of scheme which allowed for, or the scheme would consider that and consider an offset for that first developer. That is one of the things that will be being looked at as part of the work of the working group. It is potentially, you're correct, and then the question would be, practically, is there something that could be done to offset that, or is that just that the developer is taken forward at risk?
It's a first mover, first purchaser penalty.
Mm-hmm. And that's the bit that we had put that in, and we had recognised that as a risk. We put it in the consultation document. And that's one of the things that the working group will be looking at when it comes to putting in place the practical arrangements. And then again, that will be consulted upon. So there's plenty of opportunity for people to comment on that.
There's other areas that's spread about the place, whereas this is very specifically, there'll be 10 houses built. You guys will all pay the add-on from the developer contributions, but the development 200 yards down the road will get the benefit of it as well.
And that's what we're saying. Yeah. So there was that was raised in the consultation document, as in we wrote it in to say to people, do you think that we should put in place something to offset the risk of that happening? Okay. And that's the thing that will be being considered by the working group.
The again, I do you do want to see it work and all the rest of it, but there's you said about not being a silver bullet per se, but moving the dial, and again that's like the cycling, marginal gains, you change a wee percent here and all the rest of it, and that's all very good, and that's great. But is there moving the dial, but also just moving the inevitable, if that makes sense? Where we all know that some of these infrastructure is not in a great shape, and actually all we're doing is just shifting it down a couple of years before actually we'll have to cross this bridge again when it comes to wastewater infrastructure.
I think it's widely documented and widely accepted that it'll be a number of price controls before the wastewater constraints issue is resolved. At the minute, that's it'll be PC28 and beyond before that is resolved. So while this may shift the dial a little bit, it is shifting it, which is helpful.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
We might argue how much it is shifting the dial, but it is shifting it. I accept that. Thank you, Andrew. Militia.
You're all very welcome. Wearing my economics hat, just one comment I'd like to make. The cost of producing any good does not determine its price. And when it comes to new builds and the likes of it, the supply and demand will determine that. The cost of building it will determine the efficiency of builders, i.e., in other words, who it is that actually builds it. The most efficient builder will build it, but in terms of the actual price, that's determined by supply and demand. And that's where it's welcomed that when we have an instrument that, as you say, moves the dial, and that is creating capacity, and that in itself, I think it was reflected as well too in the very fact that whenever there was another 30 million of capital funding from 2024, that unlocked the capacity for 5,300 new properties across the north of Ireland. And in that respect, if anything, it shows just how important it is that we have that third element, that we have contributions. And I know that in particular too, Sarah Venning herself has commented that the three prongs are positive. And that what one would know too at the end of the day, what we do require is additional investment. But whilst this other prong exists, then I think, and I asked your opinion on this, that it will have an impact, and it is effective in that respect.
Absolutely, and I think that's the reason why it was proposed, and the reason why it's one of the Minister's three prongs is it does help. It moves the needle. It offers some potential for developers who are currently not able to build houses. It at least offers them an option. It gives them an extra tool in the tool belt, and it's for them to make that assessment, as you say, viable, whether it is viable for them to do it. But if they contribute and houses are built over here, it does mean that there's more money available to build elsewhere. So it adds to what they're able to build, but it also then means that Northern Ireland Water is not spending the money in that area and they can spend it somewhere else.
And I also think too that on the very point about, and I think this is as a result of the consultation and so on, that where it isn't mandatory but it is voluntary, that itself creates a flexibility down the line. Is that the case?
Yes, absolutely.
For the Minister and the likes of it, that where they need to look at it at any other time in the future and decide and we'll say whatever in fact the limits not are as far as voluntary contributions are concerned.
And we come back to I think the point the Chair made around the housing thing, which was a systems-wide approach might be the more suitable option, which is that compulsory levy, or it sounds like it would be that compulsory levy. And that is something that will require more work. It does require a lot more thinking around what we do in terms of how we base it, whether it's sliding scale, whether it's on square metres. That's that space that moving to voluntary contributions is the faster of the two. It allows us to put that in place. It allows for the dial to be moved, and it gives us the space to then look at implementing and bringing forward a compulsory levy in the future, because it gives us the time to develop what that might look like, how it would be paid, how it would be calculated, and potentially, with what the Chair has said, might be considered by the Housing Journal a more substantive approach to the issue.
Thank you.
Housing Journal would be right. I'm not sure the developers across Northern Ireland would be just so joyous in their welcoming of a compulsory contributions. I could imagine that they might say it's for others to sort out wastewater infrastructure, and in fact they probably point out the varies where it lies in the Department of Infrastructure, but probably an argument for a different day. Justin, it's all yours.
Thank you, Chair. Feeling so much more at ease now, knowing we have dealt with the third prong of the three-pronged approach that's going to resolve all our water and wastewater infrastructure challenges that are preventing the building of housing, that are preventing economic development, and are stymieing our economy to massive degree. And by coincidence, just by coincidence, we received a letter in response from the Minister today from the clerk of this committee, where we've asked for a quantifiable assessment of the three prongs and what each of them three prongs are going to deliver in terms of access to wastewater and wastewater treatment capacity. And unfortunately, the Minister has failed to give any quantity or quantifiable assessment of the third prong, which is developer contributions. Mm-hmm. And obviously you guys have been unable to give any quantifiable assessment of the third prong either, given that you say it's going to move the needle, but that is a finger in the wind sort of thing to see if the finger dries up, because you don't know for certain that any developer is going to make any contribution on with terms of upgrading wastewater infrastructure, given that you can't foresee economic conditions, you can't foresee what the housing market is going to do, and the housing market may plummet, and thereby no further developer contributions and no moving the needle. What's your assessment of that analysis?
So I think we came back to the point at the start, which was that by its very nature, an opportunity for developers to voluntarily contribute is not capable of being quantified in advance of them telling us that they are able to or want to voluntarily contribute, and they would only do that upon assessment for Northern Ireland Water, which would only take place once we put in place the scheme. So it's one of those scenarios where it's not possible for us to tell you it will raise X amount every single year, because we do not know. And that even when we develop the scheme and we put it into place and we remove the legislative block, we still won't know, because it is down to the assessment of the developer. What we are doing is putting in place something which enables a developer to make that decision. The minute they can't do anything, they are stymied, they are stuck, they cannot do it. We are simply putting in place a system where they can. So we have moved from can't to can, and that in and of itself moves that needle. Potentially.
Three-pronged approach obviously does facilitate developer contributions, whereby there is a current system by which developers do contribute with offsetting, which you've already discussed. But you've talked about this prong being at an early stage in relation to policy, operational procedure, governance. So what's the timeline around this?
So one of the things that we are doing, where the developer contributions working group is in the process of being set up. We now have nominees from the utility regulator and Northern Ireland Water. We'll be including officials from across the department. The first meeting of that will be taking place in the next couple of weeks. We're meeting with the DSO next week to discuss some of the legislative issues. So those are the areas where, as we start to explore this further, we'll be able to give a more accurate timeline. It could be a matter of months, it could be a bit longer. It will just depend on, one, the legislative timetable and what that takes, the complexities of the bill. That's the conversation we have to have with DSO about how complex the bill will need to be, whether it is a relatively straightforward one or whether we need to include some elements of the governance and the administrative systems within the bill, which makes it more complex. So those are all the things that we are working through and will be working through.
So the third prong and the second prong are still a long way off, and they're being portrayed as being the cure-all for a water and wastewater infrastructure, which is way below standard. And if you were given the strength of the three prongs, which of the three prongs would you say are the most stable and strongest?
I think it's a three-pronged approach, because the Minister is taking forward three different areas of work that come together to, again, facilitate some movement on what is a bad investment situation when it comes to wastewater infrastructure.
Yeah, what's just that there's two of those problems that don't offer a huge amount of confidence in terms of actually tackling the problem to a huge degree. Would you agree with that?
Well, I would say that they are all combined doing something on wastewater infrastructure.
Maybe if I could just add on looking at the prongs individually. So obviously one of the prongs is to get more funding from the executive, and the Minister has been successful since October 24 in securing an additional £30 million of funding to unlock 5,300 houses. Another prong is the bill, which is obviously with the committee at the moment, and that's hopefully on track. And the third prong is developer contributions, which is now moving ahead. So all three prongs have had positive developments and are moving ahead.
Well, not you've mentioned the first prong there. What's the 27 million for the innovative approach for wastewater in Uri? What does that specifically relate to?
That relates to a transformation project to look at a more holistic approach to wastewater treatment network in the Newry catchment area. It has been applied for transformation funding from TEO and has been successful in that, awaiting budget cover.
And what does that mean, transformation funding? What is the actual scheme that allows that capacity to be freed up, costing £27 million? What is the scheme?
What are the elements of the scheme, you mean? Is that what you mean?
I'm just curious to know what's the £27 million being spent on to actually improve wastewater?
Yes, well, it's looking at a more enhanced project. It's looking at enhanced maintenance. It's looking at additional flow recording. It's looking at industrial loads and potentially pre-treating effluent to manage the shocks into the network. So it's looking at a more holistic management of the network from across all the aspects using modern technology.
A lot of money. Yeah, thank you, folks.
Thank you, Justin. So I'll stay with Justin's last line there on the Newry project. Sorry, so is this is a factory transformation fund that comes from the centre. That's been bid for and won, and you're waiting for the money. That just wasn't clear.
There's been two rounds of the transformation fund. The first round of projects, you'll probably be familiar with, the department was successful getting a sustainable drainage project in the first round. There was a second round of transformation projects announced, and we bid for money under transformation. Yeah. My understanding is our project is successful, but awaits another tranche of funding.
Yep. Transformation. Sorry, Alison. Is that second one you mentioned is 27 million?
Yes, for the Newry project.
Yep.
Yeah.
Sorry.
For the Newry project.
Newry project. Okay. Mm-hmm. The sustainable drainage one. How much was that one?
That was 15 million.
50 or 50?
15.
15. And how was that? Has that been rolled out?
That's not my area, but yes, it has started, and it has spent all of its transformation funding in this year. It's a multi-year project. Yes.
Okay. Where was that funding used? Where was it spent, or how was it, like?
We're bringing forward a pilot project in relation to flow control. Really, I would have to write to you with more of the detail. Do
you know where that pilot project is based?
As far as I'm aware, I think it's based in the Belfast Hills, but we can certainly write to you with more of the detail.
You get back that one, okay. Just on the latest transformation money, that 27 million that you'll hopefully be successful on, and that's the Hawks TO NIO money, is that right? That fund?
Transformation funding, yeah.
Okay. So, and that's in Newry?
Yes.
Did you say? Yeah, okay. And so that was bid on. Who actually delivers that? Is that DFI or is that Northern Ireland Water?
It'll be Northern Ireland Water.
Okay. And what was the process for was there a business case that sat behind that in terms of how that was bid for?
Yeah, there's a formal bidding process. TEO run that, and all departments can bid into that. Okay. There was a transformation board that looks after that process.
Yep. No, that one. Let's go back one step from the transformation board and the bidding process. So, effectively, then my understanding would be that DFI will be submitting a bid into the transformation funding. Is that right? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And in terms of rolling it back one step further, how do you choose what that bid looks like and where it's delivered? Is that you guys choose that, or is that Northern Ireland Water choose what the project is and where it's going to be delivered?
Northern Water would have brought forward a proposal.
So it's actually an NI Water sort of bid that rolls through the Department for Infrastructure up to transformation funding. So it's really a Northern Water. They sort of picked the area, did they, and picked what the bid would look like? Is that
They brought forward a proposal to the department as shareholder.
Yep. Okay. That's fine.
There are relatively strict parameters for that transformation funding. It's highly sought after, and it is very much based on being transformative. So there is a link to where you can trial something, gathering the baseline, and then looking at further rollout in the future. So all of that will have been assessed, as opposed to specifically the place it comes. It's where is the best location to trial something.
Yeah, you saw. I'm aware of that. So can we see that bid that Northern Water put forward through DFI to the transformation funding? Is that something that you could send to us?
I guess we'd have to check with the minister.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, maybe Michael, scribble that one down. That's useful. Look, well done on getting the 27 million, and I'm aware of the nature of transformation funding, and it is very sought after, and I know he has to meet a whole range of requirements. Just be interested to see what Northern Water put forward in terms of what that bid looked like, and does that need cleared by the minister in terms of the bid through? It's effectively it's a DFI supported bid to transformation funding. So Northern Water come to you and say, like, this would be really, really good, and this is for 27 million, and here's call it a business case, but here's the package, and DFI then take that and go, yeah, that's great. Minister signs it off and sends it up for assessment for transformation funding. That fair enough? Yeah. Okay. Great. That's fine. Only one more thing from me. No one else has indicated in terms of the what we've been talking about today in terms of developer contributions. Justin touched on this, but I wasn't just 100% clear as to really the answer on it. The timescale for this, my understanding is this requires legislation. Yes. The minister did helpfully send us her legislative programme for the rest of the year. So no doubt you will have seen. Obviously this wasn't on it, but there's a whole range of other things, including GDL, the Ports Bill, Reservoir, and some other stuff around safer journey to school and pavement parking. When does the department think that you'd have something back from? You were saying you're engaging with DSO. I mean, what's a guess in terms of timescales on this one?
That's not a guessable, because it depends on the complexity. Like it really does depend on whether it is a relatively straightforward removal of a blocker, which is an easy enough draft because it's only a 1 clause, 2 clause thing, or it could be slightly more complex. We could have to look at introducing a power to make regulations if we have to for administrative governance purposes. There's just a lot to unpick with DSO, and then also with that working group that we're setting up. We'll be able to tell once we get into the meat of it, as we get across over the summer and have the meetings and start the conversations. We'll have a better sense of it. But at this point, I'm afraid we don't know.
Okay. I always love it when official smiles at the end. That was Justin managed to do that. Okay, so it would be fair to say, look, not this mandate.
I think it depends on the complexities of it, and it depends on the legislative timetable, and it depends whether, if it's a relatively straightforward one, it potentially, but it will very much depend on the legislative timetable for the Assembly, which we have no control over.
Would it be fair to say, Ciara, someone tell Justin that he's on, not on mute. Would it be fair to say, Ciara, that if the minister thought it would be coming through during this mandate, she might have said that in our letter to us, if she even had a wee inkling?
No, because again, we're not in a position to say at this point. And it will depend on whether it might be one that can be slotted in, it might be one that can't be slotted in. So it would be premature at this point to commit to a timeline without conversations with the Assembly Business Office and with our DALO.
Okay. So in conclusion, we do have the 3-pronged approach. At the minute, as you've illustrated, there is a prong of the minister obviously trying to get some more money from the executive. Although she often references British Treasury, I note in her press releases. The other 2 prongs of this strategy are contingent on legislation. Would it be fair to say that? And that is also legislation that hasn't yet made it through the Assembly. So At the minute, effectively, we have one prong with a possible two other prongs, one of which should be implemented in the course of this mandate, with a possibility of a second prong being implemented as well. Would that be fair to say? Yeah. Okay, that's good. Alison, Ciara, and Adele, thank you so much for coming along today. Thank you. I think the evidence was good, I don't know, Alison, should you get some sort of attendance fee, for this? Like a Brucey bonus from the minister, something along those lines for taking flack from committee members on a consistent basis. Cuddly toy, didn't you do well? Listen, thank you very much for coming. We do appreciate it.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay. Right. Michael, in terms of things that we would like from the department, what did you get on the way through there?
There were two things officials said they were going to provide. One was whether the 15 million, just to confirm whether it was for a Belfast Hills project.
That's right.
And the other one was to check whether they can send the bid from NI Water to the department to the committee.
Yep. Excellent. Does anyone have anything else that they want to flag up from that session? Anything they require more information on? Okay, fine. Brilliant. Our members agreed to write along those lines to the department. Sorry, yeah, have enough. Okay. That takes us to item 14, which is the planning review and the written responses to date. The clerk's memo is at page 212. The responses, which I think have been really interesting, I have to say, and are definitely worth a read through, are on page 215 to 236. At this point in time, I had a look at the work plan, pardon me, and just what we need to do. The work plan's on 214. We've extended the timetable. I think views can go in until next week, next Friday, probably. 22nd. Yeah. Okay. So we're taking submissions just for anyone who is so enthusiastic that they would watch the infrastructure committee for 3.5 hours. We are taking responses to that up till next Friday. We would encourage you, if you work in this area, to respond to it. And then in terms of timescales for members, you can see that we are on page 214 at next steps, week 13 of 5, where we're really considering themes. Then there'll be some deliberation, conclusions and recommendations. At the first week in June, we'll take some oral evidence from the department, and then the following week we will agree a short report. And also a committee motion, hopefully a committee motion, that will go to the floor of the Assembly for the 1st of July. Does anyone have any questions about that timescale or about any of the evidence that they want to raise at this point in time? Okay. I need to seek committee agreement on the revised timetable. Our committee agreed. Brilliant. Thanks, David. That takes us to forward work programme, which is item 15. And that is at page 238. You will see the draft forward work programme. At that point, I need to seek committee agreement to proceed with the evidence sessions as set out in the draft forward work programme and reflect any decisions taken today. Our committee agreed. Yep. Agreed. Item 16 is AOB. Do any members have any AOB? No.
We hastily, it's pretty good.
And that takes us to item 17, which is the date, time and location of the next meeting. I want to inform members that the following meeting will take place at 10 a.m. on Wednesday, the 20th of May, in room 29 on Parliament Buildings. And with that, I want to thank members for their patience and endurance. With that, I'll adjourn the meeting.
Thank you, Chair.
Committee Room 29. Sound. Committee Room 29, 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 Sound.